So, I mean, okay, so the thing is, chat, we could commit to the grinding lands, and we could just try to get to MR 100 today. I mean, we could at least try Elatrion and see what it's like, and we'll probably just fucking get wrecked, but whatever. I guess. What's up, Cherno? So how does the grinding lands? Yeah, I know you can get lifesteal augment at MR 100, and then, well, you can also upgrade charms to like level 5. But yeah, how does the grinding lands work? You kill monsters and that like upgrades the zone, and then once the zone is like high enough level, then the good stuff drops, right? Essentially. But if I'm MR 100, I can just join somebody who has like fully leveled up guiding lands and get the good shit. Yeah, I did my uncapped quest. I'm only MR 55. Yeah, how's it going, Cherno? What's up, buddy? We got to. Oh yeah, I asked you yesterday, but I think you were gone. Have you played Repo yet? And if not, do you want to play sometime? I just installed a mod to give me MR and Nats. Yeah, that's fair. If World has cross progression, I don't know if you can transfer like a console character to PC. Is Cherno already gone again? Cherno! Cherno! The grinding isn't really any fun, especially on stream. You could just get a mod. Yeah, that's fair. All right, fuck it. Time to die. Can weaken the strength of these attacks by using elemental weapons on Elatrion. Okay. Farcasters cannot be used in the lowest level of the Secluded Valley. Alright. This fuck-ass monster. Hey, Crewcox, thank you for the 7 months. Does this guy drop good? Does Elatrion drop good gear for a Fatalist? The armor is bad. Oh boy, that's a big dragon. This guy's crazy. He lit the whole room on fire. I have a nice long sword. Die! Freak. Oh. Wait, I don't have food! I don't have food! Relax! I forgot to eat!
We think elemental weapons should be able to shut down Alatreon's powers.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that?
Got it.
Elemental and abnormal status attacks are having no effect. I think you've got dragon blood.
If you keep an eye on those horns, you should be able to figure out which elements are effective.
No, you fuck. Straight line attack. I don't need food. Wait, I got hit? Wait, what the fuck? I'm stunned? Oh god. What? Alright, well now we can eat. Why did I get stunned so easy, dude? I don't feel like I got hit that quickly. Or that, like, rapidly. Thunderblight. Can I get resist for that? Alright, we can, wait, is there no fucking stones in this arena or anything? Can I not? Oh, wait, there is stone. Fucking run into the wall, bitch. Wait, what? Fucking do it. Wait, does that not... Can I not wallbang this guy? Oh, fuck. It's not a wall? There's no fucking walls here, bro. I can't hit him. Can I flash him when he's in? Okay, you fucking freak. Get down. Okay, it doesn't work. Oh, Rubbo! I don't like that. Am I dead? Is this the one shot?
Something's happening to it. It's shifting elements.
The horns. No.
Oh, that. Oh, that. Oh, it's a three-layered explosion.
Destroy the horns. This is your best chance.
I'm trying. I'm trying to destroy the horns. No. Straight line. I'm not even sure what I need to nullberry against. Am I stunned? Oh, fuck. I don't see any negative effects on me. What does it even look like? Wait, so... How do you... How do... Is there a skill that I can get to resist that? So wait, do I have Thunderblade on me now? Fuck, I don't even have I do, okay. I gotta say, I feel like the negative effects just look like buffs in this game. Oh dear God. Ooh.
The horns are broken.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it can shift to ice active mode for now.
Yeah, how do you like that, bitch? Is he gonna do a tail slam? Oh, Jesus.
Alatreon's readying a big attack. Get your healing items ready.
I have my healing items ready. Oh. Okay. I don't know. I thought I was supposed to hide behind. So what, you just have to, you have to like max pot through that or something? Because I mean, I destroyed the horn. Oh, wait, so I need to attack him when he... Oh. So do I attack him during the attack, or once he starts the attack, I'm just fucked, or what?
Hey, how's Hans? You know, I don't think I ever told you before. Once I get through some work I have on my plate, I was thinking about heading back to the old world for a bit.
Okay.
The field team leader said, with the way huh? Gotcha, lock it all. I just remembered. Come on, let's go and see what he wants.
Wait, what's going on?
Everyone here? Good. Let's get started. We have two things on the agenda today. Oh. First, Alatreon has been spotted again in the secluded valley.
Again?
It's back already?
To be honest, the scouts also had their doubts. If we don't get rid of that thing quickly, it's going to cut a huge swath of destruction across the new world. You already have a special assignment prepped. Once you're ready to go, depart for the secluded valley.
What's going on? Why does this keep happening?
First, we had that red dragon show up.
The new world and our home, so nothing on the...
Yeah.
So what's the...
Ah, right.
Huh?
No idea. I understand that you're all worried.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right, so is there two Alatreon fights or something? Wait, so did I fight... Wait, was I fighting the weak one or the strong one? Okay. Alright, well... I'm trying to think... if I should change anything. Can I get blight resist? Oh, it's this one. Hmm. I don't know what decos to do. I don't want to lose health boost. I mean, I guess just... Oh, yeah, level 1 crit boost is like... I feel like you don't even really need... I don't even really need level 2 crit boost. Like 5% is whatever. But... I don't know. But what would I even put in instead? The thing is, one resistor jewel is kind of pointless, no? I don't even think I have a single ice gem to like improve ice attack. Well, I guess I have a level 1, but... eh. I mean, Fortify is good. Maybe making a resistor charm would be good. I just don't know. Yeah, I don't have that many decorations.
Oh!
Not sure if I'm gonna be able to make this dough. Did I go past it? Yeah, I know Shaver is OP, but the problem is I need 5,000 melding points to get it. Blight resistance? Oh? It's so weird that there's... Wait, is this the... Oh yeah, it's the same one. Okay. Well... Xeno Tails, Daora Gems, Brutal Bone. Don't worry about Blight Res. Haven't, well... Eating for Ellie Resist. The thing is, he also does ice, doesn't he? The veggies. Rajang beat Ella's ass so bad that he never fought a Latreon. Yeah. Lose your buff if you cart with food, I know. What do I want to change? Could just do health charm as well. Every level is 5% because base crit damage is 25%. Oh, okay, I see. I see, that makes sense. Okay, wait, there was something... Actually, this is fine. I could put nullberries on my radial bar, but I think I'll just keep them as... I'll just have them on my hot bar. Okay, so this is the hard one. Hide all your fixed items. I don't know what that means.
That's Alatreon? Must be hiding some incredible power. If that
Make
power
sure I
isn't
have 20.
contained,
Well, I
it'll be the
don't.
end of us all.
weapons should be able to shut down Elytreon's powers.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that? If you keep an eye on those horns, you should be able to figure out which elements are effective.
What? He knocks you down for so fucking long, dude. There's no, you can't, I feel like you can't foresight slash that because it's just gonna, the follow-up's just gonna fucking hit you. I don't know how to foresight slash this guy at all. Can I? Knocks him down for a sec.
Something's happening to it. It's shifting elements.
The horns! No way. The horns give it control of the elements?
Hurry! Destroy the horns. This is your best chance.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. Not particularly optimistic right now, but... Okay, so that's just a giant AoE where you can't do anything. Cool. Let's see. Nice. Dude, this is... Oh my god, I can't even fucking hit him. What am I even supposed to do when he's doing this shit? I tried to foresight slash there. Just always. Oh. I guess he led that. I don't know if he was attacking my cat and I just ran into it, or if he led the attack, but I think I might have ran into the attack that was on my cat. Well, we're fucked.
Your elemental and abnormal status attacks are having no effect. I think you've got dragon blood.
Okay. I don't know, the Dragon Blight is so annoying. All the people in chat are like, just use null berries. It's like, okay, well, I used a null berry and I instantly died. I feel like I should really try to get the full resistor buff. I don't know why I ran over to this box. Okay, so we can get rid of our Vit Jewels now and put in resistors instead. So we have health boost. I guess... maybe I have a gem with resistor on it. It's like a secondary. Oh. I mean, I could remove it. I don't know if I have a better... Yeah. Because now I can also get Feline Moxie, right? I'm not sure if the boss applies like damage over time though, but yeah, I'm aware that tinkering with the build isn't really gonna do much, but the blight is incredibly fucking annoying. Every single time I get hit, I need to use a null berry and I only have 10, which means I can get hit 10 times and then I'm fucked. So... Oh, you need to use a voucher to get Moxie? Well, I can't eat again now, so...
Take a gander at my hall.
Whatever, we'll just try again. Alright, hold on. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I got this? I don't think I do, but it's a process, right? Like, this is one of the hardest fights in the game, so... Yeah.
That's Alatreon? Must be hiding some incredible power. If that power isn't contained, it could be the end of us all.
We think elemental weapons should be able to shut down
Damn.
Alatreon's powers.
He has so much fucking AoE. It's like...
Won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that?
Okay. That one is definitely parryable, like, pretty easily. Okay, wait, so what is the... Is that... Okay, so that summons random lightning.
Those horns. You should be able to figure out which elements are affected.
It's gonna blow up. Okay, we're fine. I thought I had enough. I tried to foresight slash, but I was too late. It's so hard to get the timing right. I don't know. Foresight slash feels like so much harder in this game. Could definitely foresight slash that. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. That wasn't a foresight slash, I guess. Felt like it was. Is he gonna charge again? Run into the rock, please. Oh shit, I actually got it. Nice. Well, that was sucky. Okay, way too early.
Shifting elements.
The horns! No. The horns
I tried to foresight slash, but I was in the middle of my combo.
Destroy the horns. This is your best chance.
Yeah, I'll try, man. Oh my god. It's enraged now, so I can't knock him down. Oh boy. Am I stunned? Okay. When he starts flying, he's such a fucking piece of shit. You can't even like hit him. Like, I don't know what to do. Oh, I actually did it. Just one hit away. No, go into the special sheath, damn it. Oh, the claw. Okay. All right. I kind of understand the visual timing for that. I swear, I think he has 2 different attacks though, like AoE attacks, because he did that one before and it was not. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, I'm alive. Oh my god. Oh, that was not good. Am I gonna be stunned? I shouldn't have rolled. I should have stayed on the ground. Should have stayed on the ground. Oh, that was close. That was close. That was dumb. I'm dead again, aren't I? Oh no, it's like damage over time. Okay. Okay. That's not really a punish window there. Oh, I should have special sheathed. I forgot. What the hell is he doing? Oh no, I'm fucking dead again, aren't I? Oh, you want to use jerky for that.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
Shit.
Ice element has no effect. You can't shut down Alatreon's power with that.
Study the monster and find out which element is effective.
Fuck. Hog. He's doing a tail smack. I can flash him.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
This is the only time you can break its horns. Disrupt its control over the elements.
Am I dead? Okay, I think it's time to put this on. Can I get on the face? Shit.
The horns are broken. Doesn't look like it can shift to fire active mode for now.
Nice. Oh, come on. That's bad. Oh.
Alatreon's readying a big attack. Get your healing items ready.
All right. So I guess I needed to topple him again. Wait, so should I not... Is it not worth having a Oh, well, I guess you can't. This isn't Monster Hunter Wilds. I was gonna say, I should get a fire weapon as well, but I can't have two weapons. I mean, I just need to make sure not to break his horn when he's in the ice form, I guess. The thing is, after you break his horn, he like instantly goes into the super move, right? Oh, is it just a coincidence then? Because I swear, every time I broke the horn, he just insta fucking killed me. Hey, I was hitting some parries, alright? I was doing better. You were kinda ass? Says the guy who's probably fought the guy a fucking 100 times. Suck my dick. Oh,
That's Elytra. If that power isn't contained, it could be the end of
hold
us
on, I
all.
didn't restock.
We think elemental weapons should be able to shut down Elytraeon's powers.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that?
I think the wall bang that we got in him helped a lot for getting the topple. I don't know if the topple is like damage based or what, but
That's Elytraeon? Must be hiding some incredible power. If that power isn't contained, it could be the end of us all.
We think elemental weapons should be able to shut down Elytraeon's powers.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that?
I need the special sheath, damn it.
If you keep an eye on those horns, you should be able to figure out which elements are effective.
I tried to foresight slash there, but you fucking bastard. Ah. I haven't rolled the fucking thing, but I rolled into... I was like dead center, so any direction I roll is like into the second fucking explosion. I don't know if I should use my mantles at the start. Ah. Dude, can I get up, please? Yeah, there's no point in... Oh, Jesus. There's no point in foresight slashing that. Okay. I'm dead. Dude, that fucking attack is so annoying. That doesn't really matter, but I have a million items anyways. I don't know if my Moxie worked though.
That's Elytraeon? Must be hiding some incredible power. If that power
Okay.
isn't contained...
I feel like I've not seen him do that head thing a single time yet.
We think elemental weapons should be able to shut down Elytraeon's powers.
I don't know if I should try to wall bang him.
Much use, huh? Hunters, you got that?
Doing the tail thing.
those horns.
No.
You should be
Oh,
able to figure
I
out which
actually went
elements
into
are
the
affected.
special sheath. Maybe I'll run into the rock. No. I don't know if I should even try to... I don't think I should even try to foresight slash the fire attack. Okay. Just come kill me then, I guess. Oh. Dude. This fucking flying shit is obnoxious. I mean... Okay. Yeah, just... I feel like I need to use a flash pod. Yeah, I can't flash him if he's enraged. It's true. I didn't restock my items. Oh wait, no, I got them back because I abandoned, right? It's fine.
That's Alatreon? Must be hiding some
I think I can foresight slash that opener. I don't know if he always does that, but...
It could be the end of us all.
I should have foresights. Oh, he's doing the head slashy.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that?
Yeah, no. Foresight slashing this is just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's fucking suicide.
If you keep an eye on those horns, you should be able to figure out which elements are affected.
Yeah. I'm so greedy. Really? Was I stunned there, I guess? I guess I was stunned. I don't know if I should get stun resist or something. Dude, the knockdowns, like... He just knocks you down and you just stand there for like 15 seconds until he kills you. Okay. Man, even when you hit a oh, okay. I feel like even when you hit a foresight slash, it's just you're so you can't fucking do anything for like 5 seconds afterwards, so it's like you just get fucked. Like you can't it's such a slow it's so slow recovering from the foresight slash. Yo, Kaneki, thank you for the prime sub. Try not every time hitting R2. Yeah, but like I want to level up the thing. I want to level up the sword, but okay, we should, I mean, I don't know if he always opens with that one attack, but we should.
That's Alatreya?
There we go.
Must be hiding some incredible power.
Like, dude,
Power isn't contained.
why do you
Maybe the end
fucking,
of us all.
is this why you want Quick Sheath? Like, why does the character have to put the fucking sword away after the stupid thing? It's like, you just fucking move, you idiot.
Won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that? If you keep an eye on those horns, you should be able to figure out which elements are effective.
Yeah. Dude, what the fuck? That one's so slow compared to the other one that he does.
The horns! No way. The horns give it control of the elements?
Hurry! Destroy the horns! This is your best chance.
The horns are broken! It doesn't look like it can shift to ice active mode for now.
Can I go on the head, please? No? Okay. I don't know. I don't understand how moving when you're on the monster works. Like I was holding right on my analog stick and he just kept jumping between the shoulder and the wing instead of jumping to the head. I guess his head had electricity on it.
You're doing a good job containing Alatreon's power.
Thanks. No, God, dude. Oh my fucking God. Oh, that fucking attack. Shouldn't abandon after cart. Yeah, you're probably right. We'll keep going until we like wipe, I guess.
That's Alatreon? Must be hiding some incredible power. If that power isn't contained, it could be the end of us all.
We think elemental weapons should be able to shut down Alatreon's powers.
Non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh?
I could have. Wait, you can foresight slash after that move, I think, right? I think I could have foresight slash that.
If you keep an eye on those hordes, you should be able to figure out which elements are effective.
Oh! Yeah, that point. Fucking, why do I do that, man? It's so stupid. I shouldn't have done that.
doing a good job containing Altreon's power.
That's not what I wanted to do.
It's shifting elements.
The horns! No way. The horns give it control of the elements?
Hurry! Destroy the horns! This is your best chance.
That hit me? I don't know if I agree with that. Doesn't work. Right, the double. No. Nice. Nice. Nah. There is a window where you can actually get that, though. You gonna charge again? Into lightning? No, go into the special sheath! I'm dead, aren't I? I don't know.
Get your healing items ready.
Altreon's shifting elements! Ice element has no effect. You can't shut down Altreon's power with that.
Study the monster and find out which element is effective.
Okay, that's good. I think.
This is the only time you can break its horns. Disrupt its control
Wait,
over the
it's still ice though. I'm confused. Shit. What the fuck was that? My God. Okay. That was fun. Really, that hit me, dude? Like, come on, man. Fucking wake up, you double charge. Okay, I haven't seen him do that before, I don't think. The AoEs are so, like, much bigger than they look.
Alatreon's readying a big attack. Get your healing items ready.
Oh yeah, I could have abandoned. Oh, whatever. It's okay. We're getting a bunch of supplies every time we fail, I think, from the botanical, right? Unless it doesn't work that way. Do I need to make more mega nutrients? I do.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
There we go. Can't remember, do you get max potions from the Steamworks? I know you get ancient pots. I can't remember if you get max ones though. Or not. We still have a good amount left anyways. I mean, we're definitely getting better at the fight. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. You don't always have to neutral foresight slash. That's true. Yeah. I do forget that you can do the directional with it.
That's Alatreon? Must be hiding some incredible...
Oh, I fucked up the opener.
That power isn't contained. It could be the end of us all.
He's doing the heads slashies
I
again.
think elemental weapons should be able to shut down Alatreon's powers.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that? If you keep an eye on those hordes, you should be
I need
able
to just
figure out
not,
which elements
like,
are affected.
I look at the visual on the ground, and if I'm not in it, I assume I'm not gonna get hit, but that's not the case. I'm stunned? Okay. This is a really bad start, dude. But I guess it's fine. Yeah. Shouldn't have went for that, man. I'm so greedy, dude. Like, I'm so greedy. No, fuck!
Something's happening to us.
The timing on that is
Shifting
really
elements.
tricky, and I got stunned again. Okay.
No way. The horns give it
Fucking
control.
fantastic.
Hurry! Destroy the hordes! This is your best chance.
I'm trying. Probably should have just tried to roll through that. No! Oh my god. Fuck.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Oh, okay. I thought I had an opportunity to attack there. What are you doing?
You're doing a good job containing Altreon's power.
No. This could be good. Ouch. No. I'm gonna get stunned soon if I get hit again.
Alatreon's readying a big attack. Get your healing items ready.
A healing item is ready.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
So what, he's going dragon now? Or wait, no, now he's, what is that, ice?
Ice element has no effect. You can't shut down Alatreon's power with that.
Study the monster and find out which element is effective.
No. Dude. Okay, I don't even know what fucking hit me there. The lightning. Does he do 3? He does 3.
time
No,
to bring
the
its horns.
fucking
This
jump.
control over the elements.
No. Oh, Jesus. No. Oh. Well, I'm alive.
The horns are broken. Doesn't look like it can shift to fire active mode for now.
Oh, man.
Readying a big attack. Get your healing
Well,
items ready.
I mean, I'm dead, but that's okay, I guess. If only I could have broke the horns a bit earlier. The problem is I couldn't get a topple. I guess I just didn't do enough damage.
You need to suppress Alatreon's
I mean-
power using elemental weapons.
I assume you want him locked into fire mode, but I mean, I guess dragon's okay as long as it's not ice. It is ice? Oh. Okay. I don't know. I can't tell what fucking mode he's in. I don't get it.
Ice element has no effect. You can't shut down Alatreon's power.
Yeah, I fucking know, handler. Shut your dumb ass mouth. Ow! Oh, well. If I did that, you know what? If I did the, oh fuck. If I did the foresight slash to the side, we would have been fine. Actually, I need to remember to like angle the foresight slashes. That was nice. Classic. Oh, that's a roar. least we hit him with the move. Oh, that. Yeah, I guess I should. I'm gonna get. Wait, am I stunned?
Alatreon's shifting elements.
Is he? Doing it again. Damn. Three. So now he's in fire. Oh, dude, that would have been such a sick Spirit Slash. I tried, but...
The horns are broken.
Oh, fuck. Well, that's okay, I guess. No. They gonna let me do this? Okay, that was, I don't even know, that was stupid.
Alatreon's readying a big
Well, I'm fucking dead again, and I think I just wasted my temporal mantle. Come on, temporal, you could do it. Dodge it.
You need to suppress Alatreon's power.
Shut the fuck up, bro. These stupid ass NPCs need to shut their fucking mouths.
Ice element has no effect.
Thank you, handler.
Alatreon's power with that.
Alright, fucking give me a fire weapon then, dumbass. Like, what do you want me to do, handler? I have an ice weapon! I can't do anything else! Alright. Well, that was too early. It was a good try, though. No, straight into the fucking explosion. Oh, I rolled too early, I guess. I shouldn't. Whatever. It's okay. Sky Swayer. The shaver deco. The problem is, if I want to make the shaver deco, I need 5,000 melding points, and I don't know if I actually have that. I mean, I could probably get rid of some of these. I don't know what I actually like, which ones are good and or not, but. Do you even need to? Do you still need to tenderize this guy? Because I feel like I'm hitting. At least the front doesn't need to be tenderized. Hmm. Okay. Well, I just assumed because I wasn't getting, like, gray numbers or whatever the hell. Because, like, sometimes the damage numbers are different, and I assume that's because it's not tenderized, but. But, like, when you hit his front side, you don't get. It looks like. It looks like the damage numbers after you tenderize a part, so I assumed you didn't need to tenderize the front, but does it still increase the damage either way, even if you're still hitting orange initially? Well, I should probably just put on the temporal mantle and just tenderize right at the start then. I don't know, getting shaver would be pretty nice, but I figured if I have 5 gems left, that's like surely enough. Like I shouldn't need more than that. Not the gobblers. I feel like quick sheath would be nice. I mean, I would like to have it. I don't know, some people said it's bad, but it is annoying how long it takes to fucking sheath the weapon. It kind of pisses me off. It's bad. Yeah. That's what everyone keeps telling me. Whatever. I think we're getting like closer to getting this though. I feel like we were kind of close to killing him in the last attempt. Like we got a lot of good damage on him. We got a few helm breakers off, like good helm breakers on his head. Oh wait, I don't think I restocked. I think I have to abandon.
That's Alatreon? Must be hiding some incredible power.
You give your oh yeah, what? You know what? I don't know if I gave my Palico good gear. Let me see if I can make anything better for the Palico, just out of curiosity.
Want something making?
Kind of forgot about the Palico. Like, what is the Palico even using right now? I don't even know. I don't know what armor set that is. Is that a high rank armor set? I don't know. Give him the butterfly set. Yeah, sure. Full armor sets Moogle. Oh. Cute. The Mega Man one? Is that like from an event before or something? Oh my god. Space Cat. What the fuck? Holy. Damn. Wow. So pretty. The monkey. Classic. Ah, ninja. Oh, this is the one I was using. Namiel. Oh, wow. Got like a... Got a pincer. Oh, wow. And there's so many sets for the cat. It's crazy. I'm like halfway through the fucking list, dude. This is insane. There's so much. What the hell? Ardian. Boa Boa. Death. What is death from? Sinister Cloth? Ladybug. Dude, this is crazy. Wow, this is crazy. Alright. Guild cards. Sure. Did I eat yet? No. All right, here we go again, chat. I have shaver on.
That's Alatreya? Must be hiding some incredible power.
I should have done that to the side more.
End of us all.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna.
Be able to shut down Elatreon's powers.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunter, you got that?
Wait, do I have to do both? I don't know.
If you keep an eye on those horns, you should be able to figure out which elements are affected.
Use the max pod, please. I hate that shit. That didn't work. Oh. Nice. Nice.
You're doing a good job containing Alatreon's power.
Thank you.
Something's happening to it. It's shifting elements.
The horns! No way. The horns give it control of the elements?
Hurry! Destroy the horns! This is your best chance!
Tried to Spirit Slash, I couldn't quite get it though. Extend the Claggle? What the fuck is Claggle?
The horns are broken. It doesn't look like it can shift to ice active mode for now.
No, that's so dumb. I mean, it's my, oh, and then I got up too early because you fucking bitch. God damn it. Well, at least I got my level. Stagger? Oh, like... Okay, I think I understand what you mean.
Alatreon's readying a big attack.
Well, we already toppled him, so we'll survive this, right? Pretty sure.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
Nah, too early. Fuck. Jesus. I don't think I could have spirit slashed that. Oh, that's not good. Am I stunned? Oh. Yeah, well, good thing for temporal, I guess. Thought maybe my attacks could move me far enough away to avoid that. Oh, Jesus.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
Fuck. Yeah, that's the clagger. Yeah. I tried to spirit slash that. I guess it was too early. Okay, yeah, they don't work. Okay, we need to get more DPS on him. Like, we're just not hitting him very hard. Oh, that's not good.
We're going to rope. Doesn't look like we can shift to ice active mode for now. You're doing a good job containing Alatreon's
Yes. Jesus.
Alatreon's readying a big attack. Get your healing items ready.
I have him ready.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
That was not Oh, I'm dead. Oh, no, I'm not dead. Oh, I'm fine. Nah.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
Damn. I should. And that does decent damage. It wasn't a counter, but... Oh my god, I didn't think it went that far. Oh, fuck. Oh! Can't hit him, man. Okay, he's gonna do the threefer. Oh, only two. Tried to roll it. No. Oh, fuck, I'm dead.
Readying a big attack. Get your healing items ready.
Well, he's low at least.
You need to suppress Alatreon's power using elemental weapons.
I didn't need to short. Oh yeah, wait, fuck, I could have eaten. Oh, well, too late now. Oh, great. What the?
Ice element has no effect.
No.
Study the monster and find out which element is affected.
Oh god. Okay. We're fine. Nice. It's gotta be low, dude. Damn it. No, that's not good. Oh no, I'm stunned? No? Oh no, I'm dead. Oh, I should have rolled into him. He's gotta be so low, dude. He was probably like fucking one hit away, I swear. I don't think the skull appears unless you've investigated the monster enough, right? Yeah, I'll try to remember to use the clutch claw when I get a stagger.
Have a look around.
If I had Safi gear, I mean, I could do Safi for a better longsword. The thing is, apparently a lot. Well, if I kill this guy, I can make a longsword from him, right? I know the Raging Brocky sword is good too. As a blast one.
That's Alatreya? Must be hiding some incredible power. If that
I need to do-
It could be the end of us all.
We think elemental weapons should be able to shut down Alatreon's powers.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that? If you keep an eye on those horns, you should be able to figure out which elements are affected.
Oh no, I lost my mantle. Oh, I should not have rolled there. Am I stunned? No. This is not a good start. Bro. It's okay. Relax. It's fine. Ah.
Something's happening to us. It's
Damn it.
shifting elements.
The horns! No way. The horns give it control of the elements?
Hurry! Destroy the horns! This is your best chance.
This is not good, man. Not even close. Dude, I just... Oh, when he's in the air, he's so fucking annoying. Like, I can't... Yeah, I can't flash him again, now. Fuck this guy. Finally. That doesn't work. I tried. I'm thinking maybe I'm using a bit too much. Yeah, too early. Ah, I want to abandon already, dude. This is so fucking bad. Just keeps... This is like move RNG can actually be kind of annoying. No, I can't. I should have just rolled, I guess, but I couldn't roll because I had to sheath my weapon, so. It's a good roll. Apparently, I guess you can't roll out of that. Ugh, I really want to just restart the fight. Yeah. I don't know. Quick Sheath seems nice, but then I want to put it on, and everyone in chat's like, "It's terrible. Don't use it." Clutch Claw's face during the ice breath. You can stay on him during the ice breath. I'm honestly surprised, dude. Like, what you like, whether you can stay on a monster during an attack is just like. There's no, like, fucking consistency at all with it, I feel like. Who said you don't use Quick Sheath? Dude, everybody in chat said it's terrible and not worth using in Worlds. That's what everybody said when I was thinking about using it. But the thing is, I mean, I can't really socket it though.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Saves 0.2 seconds. Yeah, that seems pretty bad. Yeah, you can cure with nullberries, but do you see how many times I'm getting hit? I'm fucking chugging heals non-stop, bro. Like... And the thing is... I'm probably just gonna die more trying to use the fucking nullberries. Well, I already have level 3. I mean, I could lose a level of crit boost for something else. I don't know. Oh, I don't know if there's anything better though. I mean, I could do Quick Sheath plus evasion, I guess. I don't know if I want to lose affinity though. Oh yeah, I have 2 of them. Oh wait. Oh, right. Could do double sheath evasion. Do I have a sheath expert though? I do in the home. Thing is, if I only have 1 health boost now. I don't know if I should have more than that. I mean, we could try, we could do, double vit and then put on a... there's no... Evasion is a level 2, isn't it? I mean, we could do evasion... I don't know, though. Resistor seems really nice. You're overcapped on expert. Oh, am I? I don't think I am. I mean, now we have evade window 5. But we lost a critical eye. But other than that... Now we have quick sheath. But we don't have the resistors. Is there higher level resistor jewels? I think 5 is overkill. I have the evasion charm on. try it first. Yeah, sorry. I honestly, I don't feel like I need to bother with all this. I'm just like, I find it fun trying to like weapon health augment, bro. I'm like MR 60 or something. Yeah, I know I need to keep cleansing it. It's really annoying. I mean, this seems good. We have the health. We lost one crit eye, but now we have the blight resist. We have a bit more evade. We have quick sheath. I mean, this is definitely better than what we had before. You don't need blight resist, just eat element up. But then I can't get Moxie, which, I mean, Moxie's kind of nice, but I guess I don't need it. My armor is max upgrade. All right, let's just do this. You only need to get 10 or 70 for the health augment. Smoke bombs? No, I'm not sure what that is. It sounds useful though.
That's Alatreon? Must be hiding some incredible power.
Nice. I moved it to the side so I didn't get hit.
We think elemental
That was dumb, dude. Why do I fucking foresight slash the stupid fucking AoE, man? Damn it. What's up, Tom? Okay, we're gonna temporal.
You keep an eye on those horns. You should be able
We're gonna-
to figure out which elements are affected.
Nice. Didn't lose our temporal. What? That consumed my entire fucking... Bruh. That's so dumb, man. Oh, did it actually it went through? Alright, whatever. I'm fucking abandoning. Well, yeah, I realize you can't use it recklessly. I mean, that's why I fucking used the temporal mantle, but I didn't know that he has a move that just eats the entire thing in fucking a tenth of a second. We're just gonna try to do it right off the rip, I guess.
That's Alatreon? Must be hiding some incredible power.
I tried to go to the side, but...
It could be the end of us all.
Wait.
We think elemental weapons should be able to shut down Alatreon's powers.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that?
Is that the thing?
You keep an eye on those horns. You should be able to figure out which elements are effective.
Yeah, that didn't work. I mean, I think that was worth. Please don't run away. That's okay. No, the fucking diagonal, man. The classic. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Ugh. Dude, we had one run where we toppled him so fucking fast. You gotta get down, brother.
You're doing a good job containing Outrayon's power.
Something's happening to it. It's shifting elements.
The horns! No way. The horns give it control of the elements?
Hurry! Destroy the horns. This is your best chance.
No, the fucking diagonal. No, don't use them. Use the max potion. Way too early. I need to remember when he's in the air that I need to roll towards him. It's you just rolling away. I don't know how that didn't hit me. And he's so fucking annoying when he's in the air. I hate this shit. Like, he just can't do anything. Well, you kind of can, but... I tried. So... Wait, how long do they get stunned for? What the... That really does extend it a long time. I wasn't sure if I was close enough for that to hit me. I knew I shouldn't have went for that. That's just dumb. Yeah.
Alatreon's readying a big attack.
Oh wait, no, we already toppled him, right? So we're fine, actually, I think.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
Wait, so is he in ice now? Dude, I can't fuck, like, this shit is so, I feel so stupid, like, I don't understand. I can't topple him, right? Yeah, you need the element to topple, but he will shift out of ice eventually, right?
Element is effective.
Wait, I already claggered his, or I already tenderized the head. That's good. It's so cringe. Get up! Get up! I probably should have just went for a thrust right there. Oh. That was still good, I guess. Yeah, sure. Oh, that was close.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
Okay, so now I can topple him, but I don't have much time.
This is the only
Oh,
time
shit.
it can break its horns. Disrupt its control over the elements.
Brother. Oh my fucking god, he's such a fucking bitch. What am I doing, man? What am I doing? Oh. Okay. Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, I guess we could have kept going, but now I'm gonna die to the fucking thing the moment I go back down anyways. I just need to be more conservative. I try to go for too much DPS. It's just, I need to be more, like, cautious. I really do. I really need to just focus the horn, I guess, right off the bat. So I focus the horn, then he'll stay in the mode that I can topple, right? So. Should use Foresight more. Dude, I'm using it as much as I can. Half the time I use Foresight, though, I just Foresight slash into another attack and then lose half my health. So.
That's Alatreon? Must be hiding some incredible power. If that power isn't contained, it could be the end of us all.
We think elemental weapons should
Shouldn't
be
have
able to
rolled
shut
right
down
now.
Alatreon's powers.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that?
Alright. Nice.
If you keep an eye on those horns, you should be able to figure out which elements are effective.
Okay, wait for the punish opportunities. Don't be fucking greedy. Sometimes I just have to accept I can't get these follow-ups. Yeah, and then he fucking runs. And I fucking pushed myself into his next attack, dude. Should just... Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. Can get a big hit here. Or get nothing. That's good too. We need to get a Helmbreaker on the head. Like, it breaks the horns so fast.
elements.
Right.
The horns! No way. The horns give it control of the elements?
Hurry! Destroy the horns. This is your best chance.
It's so. Did he change elements already? Is he still fire? I don't fucking know. I don't know. It's dragon. Okay. So best. Okay. Always be ready for the charge.
You're doing a good job containing Altreon's power.
I don't want to break the horns now, though, right? But then he's gonna be stuck in dragon. I thought I want him to be in fire. I don't understand how this works. Just... I'm gonna go for it. Fuck it.
Alatreon's readying a big attack. Get your healing items ready.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
No. Oh, I dodged it. Nice. Should I get this? I love that I have to sheath. I'm dead. Oh no, I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh! Nice, that's really good.
You're doing a good job containing Alatreon's power.
Get back here.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
I think that hit him in the head. Ah, greedy. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, Jesus. Need him to come down.
The horns are broken. It doesn't look like it can shift to ice active mode for now.
Oh. Oh no. I should have went to the side. Oh, I rolled too early. Oh, come on. That would have been perfect. I think I can... this might not work. Oh, Clagger! God damn it!
Alatreon's readying a big attack. Get your healing items ready.
I'm ready. I don't know if I can go for this.
Elements.
Do I have my temporal up? Not yet. No. Ugh. Shit. Oh, God. Where's he going? I should be able to hit this. Well. That's gonna hit me.
Alakreon's shifting elements.
No, not the. Oh my God. No! I tried to dodge. He's head slamming. He's head slamming. Just heal up. Tried to roll. No, come on. No, I rolled into it. Fuck, dude. Need to stagger him, man. God. It's greedy. It didn't even hit his front. Well, I'm dead.
Get your healing items ready.
Whatever. Can you stun him while he's doing the attack? Like if he's close? Yeah, I guess I could have at least got some damage in. Well, we can get another meal, so I think we're good. Unless I royally fuck up. Okay.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Ice element has no effect. You can't shut down Alatreon's power with that.
I know, handler.
Study the monster and find out which element is effective.
Oh, right. I forgot he does that after the double charge. I should probably heal up, just in case. I could have grabbed onto him during that. That was weird. No, man. So bad. There we go. I tried to go to the side, but not nearly close enough. Nice.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
Should have just foresight slashed. But that whenever I force, oh, he's doing the tails. You fucking rat fuck. Can you grab him during that attack too?
And awesome choice, stranger.
Oh, that was lucky. Oh, that still got me. Okay, this should be able to hit. Hopefully. Oh, there was a stagger there. Damn. Already? Well, I'm fucking dead again. Right. Yeah, I know I got the insurance. I know, it's like right as I use my fucking mantle.
Alatreon's power using elemental weapons.
If you don't get the tenderizes during the breaths, you just get so fucked. Like I want to tenderize, but I don't want to just get myself killed at the same time trying to tenderize during like moments I don't know are safe. I didn't have enough energy. Fuck. Like, I was gonna get hit there either way, I'm pretty sure. Like, whether it's just the sheath animation is so rough. The double. That attack is so quick. Wait, did he get paralyzed? Nice. The cat clutch. Wow, you did it! Man, I feel like we were close to killing him without dying, but we're definitely getting better. It's just that's a fun fight. Do it 10 more times for the mats, yeah. Yeah, I know the fire ring is a huge opener. I mean, I like how you're telling me that, but I probably rolled in on that like 20, 30 times. So paralyzer. Wow. Can foresight straight after a Helmbreaker. Yeah. I don't know. Foresight Slash is good on him, but I feel like you can get followed up on pretty easily a lot of the time. Like it takes after you Foresight Slash, if you do the sword level up attack, I don't know what it's called. You just the recovery animation is so long. What is it, like 3 or 4 seconds? Of you just like putting the fucking sword away. You can foresight and turn into helm break after the backslide. Backslide? Do you mean the YB attack? But yeah, you can foresight into special sheath, but a lot of the time you don't have, you just don't have time to go into the special sheath animation. Because I mean, I tried to do that. There was a few, I think I hit it like once, and I was close to hitting it a few other times, but you could roll before the sheath happens. I don't think you can. The Dark Claw? It's like a fucking Reaper. Scythe. Goes to rank 12. It's good first Fatalis. I see. Interesting, it only has a level 2 socket. I guess it gets maybe better when you upgrade it. I know the Brocky one is really good though too, right? I have Celestial. Oh, right. You know, speaking of, we should get ourselves. You can get a Celestial print every day, right?
Hello.
Oh, is it per week? Is there a way I can hold this down? I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold on. See, maybe I can leave the controller in a precarious positioning.
Oh, the machine's on fire! Oh, in a good way. Steam's building like crazy. Good. Steam's starting to build up.
God damn it. It shouldn't be so difficult. Hold spacebar. Oh, spacebar is what you press? Okay, I got that. That's much easier. Alright, I'll be right back. I was trying to hold the fucking trigger button with my controller, which was significantly harder. I just didn't know what the button was on KVM.
the build-up.
Alright, I'm back. Wait, did I get something?
Couldn't quite catch the wave, eh? There's always next time.
I got a Celestial? Hell yeah. Yeah, I know the cats tell you the keys to press, but I just don't really care. Yeah, well, when the 3 cats appear, they tell you what to do. No, I was playing on controller. Honestly, my radial menus could probably be set up a bit better. I feel like having max potion on a diagonal is kind of annoying.
All right, off we go again. You
Nice.
know what to do.
Hey, well, we got a Celestial. Alright.
Welcome the elemental hypothet. And what is this? I understand you're exhausted, but we need your thoughts on Alatreon while there's fresh.
All right, I got you.
Deserve a fresh transcript. Hurry along now. Once everything's recorded, we shall hold council.
I can't believe you people. Amazing work with Alatreon.
I kind of want to fight Alatreon some more, though. I want to kill him deathless. It's a fun fight.
Scholars and handlers were able to get everything recorded so quickly.
You have the hunters to thank for that. Everyone in the field and at home were running like a well-oiled machine.
The unique characteristics of Alatreon, far beyond common knowledge, to be able to observe it to this degree is nothing short of a miracle.
And wallbang them to the ground. Do you have
Considering this was just the first
You have to hit them into a wall, though, right? The thing is, there's like barely any walls in the dude's arena.
And let's end the chapter here, so to speak, and send this off to the guild.
Oh, what? So just hitting it with the slinger will make it go down?
Well, I do have a proposal for you, actually, about future investigations. We need to figure out why Alatreon went to the secluded valley in the first place. Why would it go to such a remote place intentionally? Was it just by chance, or did it have a purpose?
Yeah, I know you can wallbang in the arena on like a rock. I managed to do it like a few times, but...
That's right. The secluded valley is also home to that red monster. I find it hard to believe that it went to pick a fight. There's gotta be a reason.
Right. Which is why I think we should look into the connection between Alatreon and that red monster. And let the guild know we're going to continue investigating. Of course, it may be a long while before we uncover anything.
Okay. Your idea sounds good. Get everything ready.
Yeah, Behemoth is meant to be like a...
Finished.
Yeah, isn't Behemoth meant to be like a team fight? Kind of like Safi.
To the guild. I'll let them know of both our findings and future plans.
Understood. Thank you.
Ah, that leaves one more thing left unattended. I hope we were able to get rid of that annoying fear of the unknown.
Yes, but there's still much we've yet to uncover. We're just getting started. The path is long.
I did fight Behemoth, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how many times.
You're right about that. Now let's wrap things up, people. Again, fantastic work. Rest up today. You earned it. Dismissed.
Well, isn't there also like Extremoth or whatever? Between fire or ice as the active element. Oh, interesting.
That's my partner.
Hey,
Use whatever you can.
Okay. Should I do the baby? The baby Elatrion? Wait, this one's burning though. Or wait, no, that's good. Never mind. You need to do it? Okay. Alright, let's kill him. We'll do it solo. Last quest before Fatalis. I don't know if I want to jump straight into Fatalis. I do kind of want to work on my build a little bit more. Not that my build is bad. I would like to get a few slightly different decorations, but I don't know. People said I can get... It's so like the health augment thing it depends on what rarity your weapon is, right? So I guess rarity 12 weapons, you need to be MR 100.
Something bad's happening.
Oh, he starts differently. Well, I guess because there's no cutscene. Oh, that's a roar. I was wondering if he was gonna slam. No, too early. Oops. Okay, that was really bad. I'm gonna die. Fuck. That was really dumb. I mean, the thing is, he does. Well, okay, like he still does the same amount of damage, though, doesn't he? Or does he do less damage? I don't know. I just assume he has less health. Okay. Let's not just... Gonna hit me? Oh. Okay, wait, so you guys... Oh, well, I can't wallbang him now. Nice, I can't fucking hit him. Greedy, man. Why am I so greedy? Just wait. Nice, flying again. Oh, come on, man. I'm restarting. That fucking attack is obnoxious. I don't know, like you're... The fucking... It hits like so close to his feet. It's... I feel like every time I avoid that attack, I just... I can never tell where that attack is gonna go. When he just starts spewing like a fucking freak all over the place. I wasn't even trying to be greedy there. I was like, I was beneath him. I thought I was safe, and then
How is it back so quickly?
I wasn't safe. It's such an awkward start for this fight. He's still okay. That's good. I shouldn't. I wanna fucking reset already, dude. That's so... Oh, it's so annoying. When the... Okay, sure. Well, that would have been probably an opportunity if I didn't miss. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm so annoyed, man. I don't even want to try to like attack the boss when he's flying. It's just I don't mind the boss at all or the monster at all when he's on the ground, but when it's flying, it's so painful. Maybe I should get those smoke bombs people were talking about. I don't know what that is, but need Ivy.
How are you?
Just feels bad sitting there and doing like nothing. Yeah, but every time he's gone in the air, he's like enraged is the thing. Can always shoot rocks, yeah, huge damage. I don't know if I said always. It's just most of the time that seems to be the case, but I know that he can be in the air and not be enraged. Use the pods you get from tenderizing? What, just to shoot him? Shoot him with it? All right. Let's focus up. Full focus.
How is it back so quickly? Something bad's happening.
So close, man. His head is doing the electric shit, but I can't risk it. Nope. Good thing I didn't. His head is still electric. Okay, there we go. Man, it's so rough that the third hit of the Spirit Slash is like... Okay, yeah, I should have rolled through it. The third hit of the Spirit Slash is like a 3-hit combo. It's really hard to foresight slash out of it. Oh, okay. Thought that was gonna hit me. Yep, classic. And I got up too early. No, I'm dead. That's great. What? Too early. Oh no. Fucking bullshit attack, my favorite. That was close. Yeah, I shouldn't have went for that. What? Wait, what? 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 God, that attack is so fucking ass, bro. I don't even feel like... you say I'm greedy, but I'm getting hit by like a 1-frame fucking startup attack. That just like hits in such a weird fucking way. Like, I don't understand where that attack starts. hate that I can't roll out of that. It's, oh, I might be dead. You know what? I'm going again. I don't even care, man. Even if he's close to dead, I don't care. I didn't topple him yet still. I still haven't toppled him, man. It's so crazy too, because there was one run where I toppled him in like fucking 30 seconds. It was insane. I don't know how I did it. You did topple him? Oh, that was the topple? Oh. Okay.
How is it back so quickly?
This might work. I fucking hate this thing, dude. I don't even know. I wish you could roll out of more of this stuff. Like it's so annoying that you can't roll out of the special sheath. You just have to, like, you just stuck until you do one of the moves, which just stuns you for like 10 years. I tried to get the Spirit Slash, but I think I just didn't have enough time. Ah, are you fucking kidding me? Why? Why do you go so far to the side? Well, we toppled him. I was lucky. Okay. Let's try to keep some more distance, I guess. Oh, right, he has lightning on his face. Okay. I always make that same mistake. I get up too early. Alright, well, we're okay. We're okay. I've had the temporal mantle on this whole time. Nice, that was good. Like, dude, I hate that I can't roll out of that. Why can't I roll? Why do I have to just do an attack? Why? I don't get it. I did use the slash. Alright, sorry. Positive vibes, positive vibes. Oh, he's fucking dead? Oh my god.
Great work. Any injuries to report?
That attack also has iframes? Wait, really? The double slash? Or I don't know what it's called, but... Oh. Oh, it's not many? Okay. Wild Elantrion. Honestly, people give Wilds a lot of shit, but like, the Wilds is still in high rank. Wait, so if you... Do you have to beat both of them, though, to go to do Fatalis? Or just the baby one? Really? Damn. I wonder how many people are like, I beat Elatron, it was super easy, I beat it first try.
Garg wants some work, dude. The field team leader's waiting. Let's check in.
Good work taking care of Alatreon. I knew I could count on everyone.
I've never experienced such power before. I hate to think what had happened if something like that showed up in the old world.
Chief, I think we should warn the Guild about the growing number of incidents when we send off our next report. The Guild collects intel on monster behavior in each region, but they also gather disaster reports. We can send them what we have so they can prepare for a worst-case scenario.
You've got a point. Make the necessary preparations.
Understood.
Oh, before I forget. Seems like the commander has returned to Astera.
Really? He's back already? Hey, I got an idea. How about when you report in on the Alatreon investigate, you pester him until he spills the beans on why the guild summoned him? Good idea, huh?
Do we really need to get in his business?
Okay. I'll give you the papers. Speak to the commander when you're ready.
I think what's weird about Wilds is that it really feels like there's only a few monsters that are dangerous in Wilds. I do feel like in high rank world there was definitely more dangerous stuff. Like across the board. Like Gore is tough. And I would say Arkfeld is tough too. But like, I don't know. It did feel like in World HR you still got pretty fucked up by a lot of the HR monsters damage-wise. This debate will never end. Yeah, it doesn't matter anyways. I hope that. I mean, I really like Wilds. I think they made a lot of the weapons feel a lot better. I just yeah, I'm kind of waiting for some new monsters. Don't think it's possible to make difficult monsters in Wilds with the block changes. Blocking is incredibly fucking OP in Wilds. It's like kind of gross, actually. And then you also have the Psychrit, which can just pick you up anytime you get knocked down and just like save you from danger.
Greetings, Hunter. I just looked over the report on the Alatreon investigation. We'll be sending this off to the guild.
You don't have to use a Psychrit? Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really using it myself. Just because I'm so used to not having it in like I use it to get around, but
I see. This is probably as good as truth is. The research commission, they believe our expertise with unidentified. Let's prove them right now then. We have a guest here and representatives from each unit will be in attendance. Is everyone here? Good. Then let us begin council. As I told everyone, an international joint operation is currently in the works. The research commission has been requested to join the operation. Our guest will provide us with the details.
Thank you, Commander. I'm in charge of this joint operation, and I hope to get to know each of you soon. You? You're with the Commission.
General, it's an honor to see you again.
Never expected to see a familiar face in the new world. My apologies. We'll have to make some time to talk later. Now, let's get down to the heart of the matter. Several rare phenomena have occurred in various parts of the world, and we've also received reports from our Special Disaster Unit. Small intermittent quakes, forest fires breaking out so frequently that there is enough smoke to blot out the sun. Endemic life and monsters alike are disappearing, and even the elder dragons are becoming more scarce. No one has any theories. However, we located in our records one past occasion when all these current events did happen. Just one. Let me ask, have any of you heard of trade before?
no. What the hell is that?
Yes, the glorious country of Shrade. I remember reading it was a powerful nation that suddenly disappeared ages ago. No one knows what happened to it, and the region of Shrade is off limits to everyone, from what I've heard.
You're well read, I see. Then you must know of the legends they speak of Shrade.
Yes, the story of Shrade's demise. An incredible monster burned the country down to the ground in a single night.
Yeah, I agree, Neat. I mean, I love Wilds. I just want more challenge. Like, it just feels there's only a few monsters you can fight in Wilds at the moment that will actually give you a challenge. So it's hard to want to grind the game when like everything else is just punching bags.
But why are you bringing this up now?
Records of Shrade are scant, but they do exist in various forms, such as diplomatic documents or personal diaries. Around the time when Shrade was destroyed, we discovered several...
Well, yeah, you also get 1,000,000 decorations, so you don't really need... There isn't much of a grind in that regard.
Earthquakes, forests burning...
People spend over 100 hours in the first 2 weeks and then are burned out, yeah. Well, it kind of sucks that Monster Hunter just releases as like a half-baked package, and you get the good shit later on.
Then several months later, Shrade disappeared.
No way, that can't be right.
I understand that catastrophic elder dragons have appeared in the New World. It was no coincidence. This is inevitable. Everything is happening again. And it heralds the return of the one that obliterated Shrade, the Black Dragon Fatalis, a nightmare that lives only in legend.
The Guild and every country have declared that Fatalis will appear in Castle Shrade again, and have called for its extermination.
Oh, I mean, like, all right, don't get me wrong, chat. Like Monster Hunter Wilds is still, it still has plenty of content, and you can get plenty of hours out of it, especially if you want to try all the weapons. It's just, I more so mean that Monster Hunter will never ever release with G rank initially. It just won't. You will never get G rank when it comes out. You will have to wait 1 or 2 years. So if you play it when it comes out, you just won't have it. And yeah, so it is what it is.
Our assignment will be to prepare for its eventual appearance and slay the beast.
When is it expected to show up in Castle Shrade?
We cannot say for certain, but if we take the records we found at face value, we have a few months before it shows up.
Do we know its current location?
No, we have no information on that. Nothing to tell us where it's coming from, or where it's going. Information is so scarce.
Is it even possible to take it down?
If we don't.
What we can do now is alert every participating nation and prepare ourselves. The Research Commission...
I just wish high rank was harder. I think at the end of the day, I think
The General and I will depart
high rank would be nice if it was at least a bit more difficult, but
Yes, sir.
I don't know. We could just talk about this to the end of fucking time.
and explain what's going on.
I shall guide us to Castle Shrade. This will be a long struggle, but I know we'll make it through this.
All right, that brings Council to an end. Dismissed.
I want to die. Like, the most fun that I've had playing Monster Hunter was probably today, actually learning. Like, yes, I got frustrated, but it was fun actually dying to Fatalis and learning the fucking, like, learning the fight. Like in Wilds, you just like fucking, I don't know, like all the monsters, like you just don't even have to really learn them. I mean, I know this, it's not fair to compare anyways. It's just, yeah, it's nice to hit a wall sometimes and actually have motivation to like work on your build and stuff like that, you know? It took them how many years for this content? Yeah, it's not, don't, I'm more so just speaking that this is what I enjoy. And I just wish that type of challenge or difficulty was present when the game launched. I mean, Monster Hunter World was my sorry I'm talking about this because I feel like it's kind of redundant, but Monster Hunter World was my first game, and I definitely remember like hitting a lot of brick walls on certain monsters. And maybe that's just because it was my first game though. I don't know. I guess I'm curious, like, I wonder, I mean, I don't know. Have you guys watched any streamers who played Wilds for the first time? Like, are people getting walled on certain monsters still? The low difficulty in the beginning of the game is good for new people. Yeah, sure, but... Well, I mean, yeah, you... Full fiver. Let's go to my room. Room equals anyways? No, I'm not done. I'm relaxing. It's the calm before the storm. Honestly, I don't know if I want to do Fatalis yet. I kind of want to like work on my build and maybe like grind some decorations out with chat. Maybe try to get my rank up a bit more. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we could try it once. Just to die, I guess. 5 monster fight on the quest board? Jesus. They give a lot of MR XP. I see. Okay. No, I don't have any augments. I'm MR 57. Because I know, like, Fatalis, you can actually run out of time on the fight, right? So, like, I mean, I'm sure my build is probably good enough. But, like, obviously, having certain things may make it slightly easier. Well, the thing is, like, if you're really, really good at the game, I'm sure you could kill him with some absolute dinky-ass fucking gear, but, like, it just makes... The weaker your build, the more perfect you need to play, which therefore means you can make less mistakes, right? So, like... So yeah, I mean, come on, give me something good. Gobbler attack jewel. I mean, that's okay, I guess. Um, all right.
I wonder. Work faster, you slack-tops!
Latron's weapon would be better. Oh, we can actually make it. Just need money. We have a lot of money, actually. Well, we can make them both.
I wonder. Work faster, you
Oh, right, you gotta upgrade it. Two rip talons. What did I have in my weapon before? Yeah, what did I have in my weapon? What the f- Am I blind? My weapon had no slots. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I mean, we could get some gobbler. Could also get sheath, level 3 sheath, and more evasion. Expert 7. Do I have any combo expert jewels here that I don't have equipped? No. Mm. Yeah, I could put a level 1 expert in, but... Oh, wait, no. Wait. Is expert level 1? Oh, yeah, it is. But, I don't know if there's a level 4. That would be better. Gobbler. I guess we could do the sheath evasion. Heavy artillery. I don't know what heavy artillery is. This? Wait, you can Alright, well, you know what, Chad, I don't know, you're spoiling stuff, alright? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Let me just go in and die, alright? Oh, cutscene time.
Try this on.
Oh,
Here,
thanks.
strap it to your left arm.
You're all prepped.
Gotcha.
This here?
Excuse me.
I don't know if I want to do Fatalis. I might try to like get my rank up a bit and see if I can get some of the augments today, and then maybe do Fatalis tomorrow. I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to.
So nervous?
I don't know. I want to try to get my build. I want to work on my build a bit more.
All the support you could ask for. Nothing's gonna happen to you.
Okay, yeah, I know it might take It might take a few days or something to beat him. I don't know,
I
but
want to know what she thinks.
Yeah, me too.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Hunters, your attention. This is the layout of Castle Schrade. Weapons from its last stand are still on site. The cannons are here. Here, the ballistae. Hopefully we can find workable binders to use.
I see.
You can see railing here. That means there may be a roaming ballista. And finally, a Dragonator. It'll be our ace in the hole. The mechanism is dated, so we'll need to fire the weapon.
Why?
Finally,
Couldn't we have like prepared this a bit better?
That barricade will need to be triggered manually as well. This is where the lever is. We'll need it in case of emergency. That's all. Carve this information into your brains.
Yes, sir. Fatalis, Castle Schrade? This still feels like a dream. I know it's cliche, but it's like we're in one of those bedtime stories our parents told us.
I know what you mean. The legend of Fatalis has been passed down from generation to generation to generation.
Many believed that the story of Fatalis and Castle Schrade was just a fable created after the fact. I never thought those legends would turn out to be true.
The word Fatalis was never meant as a moniker for an actual beast. No, it was a word to describe an existence of some kind. But over time, it seems to become known as the name of the monster.
So what we're up against
His name
isn't
is
a monster.
Fatty.
It's actually history.
So is this like a brand new monster, by the way? Or is Fatalis in other games? It's from... He's in the very first game? Okay. I don't know, this is why I'm asking, I don't... I've only played World and Wilds, and a bit of Rise.
General, we've located something.
It really exists.
It wasn't.
I imagine this is probably the hardest version of him, though.
Oh, amazing. I don't know how to put it, but it's like somehow the past and the present meet up right at this point.
However, that wasn't in the blueprints.
Oh man, learning how
The
to
Dragonator.
use this like arena properly is gonna be so annoying.
The ballistae or barricade either.
Was it just slapped together? They fought back Fatalis and then propped it up?
I see. So that means in the end, they didn't have time to use their Dragonator. They realized all was lost and abandoned the offensive.
No. They most likely used it. They knew the stakes. They battled hard, defended their home, but were ultimately outmatched. They fought until the bitter end. If they just gave up, absolutely nothing would have remained once Fatalis was finished.
It was not my place to judge them.
So then, what should we do? With that in the way, we can't use the Dragonator.
Let's tear it down. Bring people in now.
Our forces?
I heard they're arriving.
It's raining.
Good. They're quick. Once we rendezvous with them, we should have enough manpower.
Don't forget about us.
Since we brought the wing drakes, we decided to establish a camp up there.
We'll need to update the maps, too. What's wrong?
Here comes Fatty.
Hang on. No way!
What? Already? Get out!
You okay? Commander, our main force is arriving soon, right?
Correct. Your odds?
In my favor as always. We'll buy everyone some time to escape.
No! This is madness! Retreat now! We can't have any missteps.
Go get it done, then.
Yes, sir.
To the camp! Hurry!
Underestimating those two hunters was your biggest misstep. Believe me, I know all too well.
General.
He says as Dist instantly dies. Accurate. Guy's pretty big.
All right. Time to fight history. We need to hold out until the main group gets here.
It's still a monster. Its head must be a weak point.
The cannons up above should be able to hit its head.
Oh fuck.
They're fully loaded.
Oh fuck.
Hey, time to give you a refresh.
I'm fucking dead. You lit me on fire. What the fuck?
Hold it off. Make sure you're ready to fight.
All right, yeah, hold it off for me, buddy. Hold it off. Keep it up down there, champ. I feel like elemental resistance might be kind of good here.
Come on, girl. Let's go.
All right, let's try to get close to him. Put on the temporal. See if we can weaken him up a little bit.
Down on all fours. Aim for the head while you can.
Oh, whoops, that's not very good. Oh. Dust of Life. Oh, thank you. I like how this guy doesn't even have a name. He's just this excitable... Oh, Jesus. This excitable A-lister is fucking fighting the fucking god dragon with me. He has a name? Well, not on the fuck... Not on my oh, Jesus. Well.
Don't worry, I'll hold it off. Make sure you're ready to fight.
Yep. John Bogun. It's fine, we're gonna get a mount. Oh, you can't attack. Never mind. Thanks for the dust of life, bro. You saved me. Jesus. It's tail slamming. He's tail slamming. You fucker. I'm dead. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thanks for the dust of life. God fucking damn.
Don't worry, I'll hold it off. Make sure you're ready to fight.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna look around the arena and see what I can interact with. Cause, I mean, they mentioned that there's like cannons. Oh wait, I see them.
It's standing up. Attack its midsection and create a chance to bind it.
Oh. Oh. Whoops.
Come on, girl. Let's go.
Oh god.
Keep at it.
Thanks. Okay.
Don't worry, I'll hold it off.
Keep holding it off. You're doing good. Maybe I should abandon and get my materials back.
It's time. Prep the binder. Head for the ballista near the wall.
Understood.
Prep the what?
After ready with the binder, make that thing flinch so I can get an open shot.
Oh. He's gonna do something. Okay, I see.
It's standing up. Attack its midsection and create a chance to bind it.
Just Burst of light.
Oh my... That fucking tail.
Hit it in its midsection to make it flinch.
Run into the wall, bitch!
Right in the kisser.
Yeah, right in the kisser.
It's standing up. Attack its midsection to create a chance to fight.
Hey,
I'm dead.
time to give you a refresh.
All right. Well, I have 15. I do have 15 fire resist. He does. I wonder if. I wonder if like fire resist jewel actually would be a good idea. Fire resist doesn't matter. Well, the fire effect is pretty annoying. Well, yeah, having 20 would be good at least to prevent the burn, because it's so easy to just die. Like, your Moxie procs, and then you just die instantly anyways, because you're on fire. So. I think at least getting 20 would be good. Yeah, Divine Blessing is good. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I want to, like, commit to Fatalis quite yet. I kind of want to try to get my MR a bit up and a bit more and maybe try to get some decorations. I mean, I'm sure I don't know. Like, I could do the fight right now, but... I mean, I'm having fun playing the game again, and... I don't mind, like, grinding some stuff out. You'll be here all day? Yeah. Alright, well, if anybody wants to join, I'm gonna go use the restroom. That's the lobby ID. Primary group Reddit Dota 2? What the fuck? What is that? Alright, well, I'll be right back. Wait, have people joined? Oh. Yes, they have. Okay. Fucking 909. Okay. All these people at 999. Is that legit? Check their guild cards. Game is old as fuck. Yeah, fair. Fair enough. What is the best way to get your is there like some should we do like investigations? Like if people have really good investigations, should we do those? Like what's the best way to get decorations? The thing is, guys, I don't need to raise my guiding lands, because I can just join people's guiding lands, right? So... I'm still MR capped? I don't think I am. Or wait, what do you mean by cap? What do you mean by that? Like, I need to get my master rank up so I can do certain things, I know, but... Wait, so why do you get... Okay, wait, so why do you get capped at 69 or 70 or whatever? Like, do I don't need to raise my guiding lands in order to remove the cap, right? No, I've never done Fatalis. MR70 unlocks 3 new bosses. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so there's actually like stuff I haven't seen, like monsters I haven't seen at higher MR. Cool. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. What should I do to get my rank up quick? Because that's the main thing I need right now, right? Is just getting my rank up. The event quest? Oh, these ones? I guess we could also do the Latreon. Oh yeah, we could do a Latreon again. Wait, there's events with bonus points? Oh, sorry, there's like so... Carnival? Wait. What? There's so much information coming at me in chat right now, and I'm like confused. What is everybody talking about? Mew? Mew are number 1? Oh, I'm not high enough MR. Oh, it's the Furious Monkey. Okay, let's just do the Elatrian, I guess. I'm sorry, everybody else who is trying to get in. There's a lot of people in the lobby. If you've done so, if you do a hunt with me, I would like to ask if you would wait for other people to join the next time. Oh shit! Wait, did I leave too early? Oh no. Oh, I kicked people out. Fuck, my bad.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunters,
Fuck.
you got that?
My bad. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I don't always leave before everyone's ready. I don't always do that. Get a full squad of people on the guiding lands to help you get a lot of materials, MR level ups, and decos. Well, when you say full squad, you can still only have 4 people in a lobby, right? Or like in your... Oh yeah, I gotta change my weapon. All right. Let's go, gentlemen. Oh shit, wait, I gotta restock. All right, well, you guys can go. It's fine. It's gonna die in 2 minutes, probably. Kill him for me, chat. Kill him. Go, my minions. Oh, fuck. So that move seems to just target the same person each time. Doesn't, like, change targets. I'll get him nice and tender. Well, my temporal is kind of carrying me right now. Ah, I was so close. I really need to be hitting the front more. Oh, this is gonna be a big one. Yeah! You're fucked. Big damage. Whoa, I thought that was gonna kill me. All right, I don't have blight resist. Have some dust, guys. Yeah. Nope. Nope, nope. That was good. Somebody on the team is healing. Should I go for his butt? Ah.
This is the only time you can break its horns. Disrupt its control over the elements.
Damn it. Fuck. Oh, jeez. Whoa! Okay. That didn't hit the tail. Goodbye, Slan. Oh shit. The heals. Have we... This motherfucker. Yeah, we got the topple. Oh, I hate that attack so much. It's so scary. I wonder if the butt is safe during that. Oh, they broke the horns. Nice. Okay, he's down. Oh, he got him with the clagger, didn't he? Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, D got the mount during that. Nice. Good job, D. Oh, that's bad. Oh, wait, no, that's good.
Alatreon's readying a big attack.
Whee!
Healing items ready.
I guess we should... Does it matter if you're close to him during this? I don't think so. I guess, like, we should have been hitting him during that.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
Ah, damn. Ooh. Clutch dodge. One guy heals. Oh, what? Like, use what? Wide range or whatever it's called with the jerky. Interesting. get that tail. Ah, too early. Wow, 1,600 research points for that. It's a lot. What's up, Newbest? Ow.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
Oh. Oh! Yeah!
Oh, wow, you did it! This hunt will go down in history.
What a finish. D has left the online session. What the? Azure Dragon Fire? What gems we got? Heat guard. Weapon attacks while grappling. Nice. I'm getting better at remembering to like use the clutch claw and stuff at least. Come hang out in the hub. Oh yeah, let me come to the hub. Got DC'd and the lobby is full. Oh no. There's no way to get... So is 16 the most people you can have? Is there a way to like have more people? Nope. I see. Pretending like I forgot about the hub? I didn't forget. Hello, everybody. Oh, we got this guy. Buff guy.
Hey, you!
All right. Could also do another Safi. I don't know. I'm still not really sure. No, I haven't been to any people's houses. Oh yeah, we could upgrade the lawn. Yeah, I know my decorations suck. I think we... Well, what's the best way to get decorations, though?
I wonder.
I guess just doing hunts in general, but... Mod them. I don't want to do that. Can run the... Is the Latreon longsword okay for him? Muscle monkey madness? Do a Safi to test your new sword. We could do that after. Oh no, oh my god, I fucking did it again! I did it again!
You, Printman. I like it.
Oh, and I'm in a fucking arena too. I can't even get a buff. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, guys. Double kicked. All right, all right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Okay.
Hey, you!
It's the quest for the buff set? I guess so. I don't know if I want to be buff man or not, but at least I guess we'll have it. Last two are too slow. Kick them. Press R1 at the handler. It's faster to get the quest list. Be buff lady. Oh yeah. Hello, monkey. don't know how that didn't hit me. How long can you hold this for? Pretty long time. Don't let Ella hear it. Man, I feel like I do no damage to this guy. Is it just because it's I'm using a dragon weapon on him? I assume the dragon weapon's not very good for this. The ice longsword would have been better. Ah, I see. How do we go up there? Do we just have to wait for it to lower? Wait, how did that guy get over there? Oh, he farcasted and used the bird. I see. Smart. Looking. You're doing great over there, champ. They definitely made the wall dancing. Pull the lever. Oh, there we go. Yep. Beat him up. Whoa. This monkey won't stop moving. Oh, this'll hit. Yeah. Well, thank you for the heal. Oh, I'm still dead. Never mind. I honestly thought I was fine there. That fucking AoE on that attack is massive. Holy shit. I got fucking monkeyed. So far away. Oh my god! Get him off me! Get him off me! Oh. All right, good job, team. Wait, did they capture him? Oh, they did. Wait, what? Wait, I'm confused. Can you capture him off of his own move or something? What? Oh, was that a pitfall trap? I didn't even... Okay, I see. It just looked kind of weird, I guess. So what, this unlocks a layered armor? Need to craft it. Need to do it one more time.
I wonder.
Oh. Root T-Rex event?
Hey, you!
So if you're looking for DPS, what's the best meal? I assume some of the feline... Well, you want to attack L, but like... Slugger? Like, cause you have the feline skills, right? Yeah, I mean, I normally just get the one that lets me cart, but, what type of weapon should I use for T-Rex? Raw or water? I see. So blast is considered raw though, right? Or no? Got his face all tenderized. God. So chaotic. Through armor sphere? How? Go for tail? Oh yeah, that's probably a good idea. These were good hits. It's so hard to like parry in multiplayer. I feel. Oh man. Oh my god. These. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, I can't do the late guiding lands yet. Yeah, I know you can just do this and then parry after. You can parry out of, well, most moves. So I'm curious, if somebody has wide range and they also have like the heal boost, like the medicine skill, and the what's the other one? It doesn't work. Oh, okay. You can do guiding lands on multiplayer and get the materials you need. Yeah, but I'm master rank 58, so I think you're wrong. If you get to MR 100 now and then start grinding GL, you'll spend like 20 hours. Well, so should I start doing it already to get material? Like, is the low rank materials needed? I don't know how all this works, man. It's confusing.
Hey, you!
Well, like if I need to do some guiding lands, because like if I'm gonna be getting my master rank up anyways, then maybe doing guiding lands isn't a bad idea to get some of like the materials. But I know that you need high MR to get the like to get specific materials. I don't know, man. Yeah, so okay, so like I understand. Okay, so if I want to get the health augment for the weapon, I need to be MR 100, right? Before I can even access the high level guiding lands stuff that gives you the augment. But then I guess another question would be for the charms, like if I want to get a Challenger 5 charm, is there any of materials that I can already start collecting, I guess? I don't know, man. I'm like... That shit takes forever. Well, okay. So what takes forever? Getting the materials or leveling up the guiding lands? Because it's giving me such a headache that people keep saying so many different things. Because I can just join somebody from chat who has their thing maxed out, right? And surely it wouldn't take that long at that point to do it. But then some people are acting like it's gonna take days to farm the materials for what, like like, okay, let's say I just want 2 things. Like the health augment for the weapon, and I want Challenger 5 charm. Surely it's not gonna take that long to farm the materials just for those 2 things. No fucking way. At least if chat is helping. Okay. I mean, we don't even necessarily need to do it. I'm just enjoying playing the game, so I don't know. I don't know if I want to just beat my head against the wall on Fatalis quite yet. I mean, we already did Alatreon today anyways. Alright, well, we can do this to try to get some decorations, I guess. Oh yeah, and wait, so you can also upgrade your armor even like further, right? With the guiding lands. I don't know if that's worth doing or not. I don't know if that's realistic to do, but try to cut the tail. Wow. Well. There we go. Damn it. Does that guy have earplugs? He rolled through it. It's the tail. It's hard to hit the tail. Oh. Please don't kill me. He does 3 slams. Triple slam. Surely I got the tail now. Oh. He's gonna die soon. My tail! It's okay. Wild's follow-up is way cooler. Yeah, the Wild's follow-up is cool. Carve? The monster is sleeping, bro. There's no... What do you mean carve? It's not dead, is it? Wait, it is dead? Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, it was 60 seconds, you're right. Well, you know what? It's okay. We're mainly here for the jewels. Mighty physique, wind resist, flight. But you do get a lot of fucking gems from this quest. It's actually kind of crazy. If I use a quest ticket. I might do a Safi, because this weapon is pretty good for him, right? Because don't you want to drag? You want a dragon weapon for this guy? Safi is such a waste of time. I mean, I guess I don't really need to kill him, but I don't really need to do anything necessarily. Well, I mean, I guess I should probably just I think I should just try to get decorations. I'm just gonna do this once. For MR, it's a waste. Grinding in the Sanoker mines. Yeah. Or I think, are people like changing their gear for Safi? It would be cool if they made Vitalis or Elatrion Like, give someone more decorations. No one wants to fight him. I mean, we could. All right, you know what? Now I don't want to do this, guys. Hold on. All right, it doesn't. I feel like this longsword I'm using. It doesn't feel that good, like damage wise. Well, I guess we'll just kill Zenogre a few times, see what decorations we can get. Fine by me. Time to Gamba. Like, I do kind of want to do some fights solo, but I mean, solo hunts take so much longer, and if my goal is just to get my MR up, I feel like we might as well just play with chat. Yeah, we can do the 5 monster quest. I know you guys were saying that's pretty good for leveling up, so we could do that. We could all fight our own monsters or something.
Oh.
I should really just use my mantle more. Oh, is he paralyzed? I'm gonna try to go for the tail cut. I'm focusing tail. Oh, I miss. Just chasing him around. Come on, baby. I don't even know what I hit. God, dude, they're roaring. Stop roaring so much, dude. Where the hell's he going? Oh, the Anjanath is still here. Oh, nice. We got it. Damn. This is fucking... This is madness. Man, getting the clagger, or whatever the heck you guys call that's what it's called, right? Getting that in multiplayer gives like so much extra DPS for the group. Fist, claw, stagger. Oh god, I might die. Oh no, I'm fine. Oh. We're fucking them up. I have like 60 gourmet vouchers myself, so... What's he doing? Is he tired? Tail. Stand still. Is he gonna send me flying? Oh yeah, you can do like a move out of that. What do we got? Mighty Vitality, Sprinter Evasion, Recovery, Hard Survival. Okay, can you access the botanical place from here, by the way? Oh, it's this guy, isn't it?
Buenos dias.
Alright, let's do one of the 5 monster missions, I guess. I think I can craft the buff armor now. I mean, I can go look real quick. Sorry, I'm keeping you guys waiting.
I wonder.
Oh wait, layered armor. Oh. We need 4 buff tickets. 3 spirit vein solid bones. Alright, I don't know who I'm gonna go kill. We'll find someone to kill. I think Odo needs to be killed, doesn't he? Isn't Odo normally down here? I could have foresight slashed that. Not doing too hot so far. God, he moves around so much. He already killed the Great Gyros. Everybody's gonna kill theirs, and I'm just gonna be sitting here fighting Odo. Ooh. Alright, you know what? That's not what I meant to do. It's fucking... I need to get flinch free, dude. Getting knocked to shit. I don't really even need to carve this stuff. But I guess I'll do it anyways. Longsword players complaining about being flinched. Okay. Okay, dude. Oh. I took it off. I didn't even... Wait, do you not see the mantles when you have layered armor on? I guess it just blended in with the armor I currently have then. You're just blind? Okay. Yeah, no, you're right though. I did have the gold one on. I guess I couldn't tell that I had the evasion one on because it like blended in with my armor. Yeah, well the monsters are dying fast because there's 4 people and is this the last guy? Oh no, we've got... The monsters have lower HP if you're doing multi. I see. Oh, beautiful. Nice. I guess I'm going over here. I don't know where the last one is. This longsword looks sick though. Dude. Oh, miss, 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 miss. Miss. And a miss. Everybody's just riding him. All right. Job, team. Never want to play Greatsword again without focus mode. Focus mode is so, like, there's so many things in Wilds that, I mean, they're good. They're really nice. Not saying they shouldn't be there, but you don't have to tenderize after you clagger. You can just claw then jump off. Oh, okay. And turn with slinger shots during your spear combo. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of forget that I can do that. What do we get? 2 master rank from that? Halico level. Oh, this guy's got the Mega Man armor. Toei.
Hey, you!
I'm excited. You guys, I think people said there's 3 new monsters or like event quests you can do once you hit 70. I guess that's some of these ones. Oh wait, these are MR 100. Ruiner Nergi, oh god. I don't see the 70 ones though. Wait, where's the Oh, the gold, silver, and brute. There's a lot of ones that are at MR 100. Jan Garuga. Who is this guy? I don't remember. Let's do it. Should I have earplugs? Maybe somebody has a horn with earplugs. Oh wait, this guy's so tiny. We're just bullying.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
I got him all tender. Hey, let me tenderize his butt. There we go. Fully tender. Oh, that guy jumped on and then jumped off. Wait, so how do I... Okay, somebody said I can change my direction of my spirit slash with the slinger. Oh, right, I need pods. Does it fire all of the ammo when you do that, or just one? Okay. So. This guy's kind of tanky. Oh, so like if you're doing the final hit of the combo, you could do the slinger to like extend the duration if you need to. Okay, so yeah, having the slinger pods, yeah, that's really, really handy. I definitely need to get used to that more. The piercing pods actually do a good amount of damage too, from like the boss drops. People have done the story with only slinger bursts. Jesus. That's silly. Oh. I got it. I was messing around with the slinger, alright? Oh, we got a gem. Alright, honestly, I think we probably just keep doing some of the 5 monster quests. I don't know, the Zenogre one is really good for decorations, though. Is there any other ones that are also good for decorations, or is this like the only one? Teostra at MR100? Oh, okay. Is that better than this one, I guess? I see. Yodeling in the forest. With a quest voucher. Oh yeah, so is there a limit to how many quest vouchers you can have, by the way? It's only 5, right? Yeah, okay. So you can't stack them up. I need to get a different layered armor. This one's lame. Do we need to kill Nargacuga? Alright, you know what? I'm tenderizing. Holy shit, this guy is so fast. Damn. What the fuck? I guess I probably could have just jumped off. When you have an SNS, you can let them tenderize. Ah, I see. I feel like the longsword is at least pretty quick, at least with the shaver as well. No, we didn't beat Fatalis yet. We're actually just... Where's that guy going? We're just getting our master rank up so we can get some more upgrades and stuff before we do it. I don't know, I'm having fun just playing the game and doing hunts and stuff, so not really in a rush, because I mean I feel like once I kill Fatalis, I mean like once I kill him solo, then I can farm in a group, I guess, to get the armor and whatnot. But yeah, I mean once Fatalis is down and I craft the armor, it's kind of like the end, I guess. I'm sure I could probably do Fatalis already right now, but I'm enjoying just... Wait, oh my god. I went... Where... I'm so confused. Where's this guy? Oh shit! Hitting them with all the bombs. Switch axe is so good in World. Yeah, I don't know if I've tried switch axe too much. I mean, we could try some other weapons for these hunts, just since we're messing around anyways. Though I guess it's good to practice the longs. Like, I don't know. It's good to get used to the long sword. I mean, not that I. It's just I'm gonna need to be, you know, a kind of an expert with the weapon for Fatalis. I want to know what I'm doing. Oh, he got his tail. There's a monkey below me. Maybe I can jump down to him. God, this map is so confusing, though. I see him. What the? Oh, wow. The roar. Nice. Oh, he's got somebody. I'm so greedy, dude. Oh my god, I just go for every attack. Like, it's so hard to know what the monsters are like doing sometimes. Unless you're fighting them like over and over again, then you start to get the hang of it. Oh, he's already dead. Yeah, it is. Yeah, when you're in multiplayer, you just kind of fucking like spam attack. I mean, not that you need to, but it's easy to just, yeah, kind of turn your brain off. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to grind my way to MR100 solo. I don't know, it's gonna take so long. I have fun fighting like the difficult monsters on my own, but like Killing stuff I've done a bunch that isn't really that hard. It's just kind of like time consuming. I might as well do it in a group. Did it kind of naturally through progression. Yeah, that's fair. Oh God. Oh man, am I gonna die? Oh, thank you. Bouncing. We got them all. Good job, guys. Can I share my build? This is basically my build right here, all these skills. But, I can show you, like, the weapon and armor, too. Damn, yeah, you get, like, 2.5 levels each time. I mean, that's a lot. Like, you can get to MR 100 really quickly. I don't know if it slows down or not, but 2 crowns, yeah.
Buenas tardes.
What? Why is this guy speaking Spanish? All right, hold on. I'm gonna do the Zenogre one again, and I'm gonna use a voucher. Because you guys said you get one every day anyways, right? So, horn time. I could put the horn on. Yeah, well, we'll probably try to get, like, I don't know, maybe rank 70 or 80 today, and then we'll try to get to, like, 100 tomorrow. Or maybe we'll get even further, I don't know. I do kind of want to go get some dinner soon, but We'll see. Wait, I'm missing an item. Oh. Need god bugs for that. Whatever, that's fine. Oh no. Yeah, I already have my farm set up. I just don't have god bugs on it right now. Triple? Oh. Yep. Probably should have just kept running. Oh. Doing the slamma-jamma again. Really need to get a flinch-free decoration, dude. And the stamina bar with the horn is so crazy. But yeah, you can do a backwards song. So is neutral... What is it if you do neutral? Oh, neutral seems really fast for a double song, actually. Oh. Yeah, I don't really need the monster parts. I don't think it really matters. I mainly just want the decorations. Critical draw and oh wait, that's wait, is that good? I think that's pretty good. No? Trash. I think I was thinking of critical boost. Crit boost and protection would have been good. Handicraft and blessing. That's alright. Oh, I got the flinch free. Nice. Deco farming world is depressing, yeah. I mean, I'm just getting decorations on the way to 100, and whatever I get, I get. I'm not gonna like... Once I hit 100, I'll work on the health augment and the other stuff, and I guess I'll try to solo whatever, like some of the... Try to do some of the MR 100 events solo once we get there too. Like Namiel, I don't... Have I fought a Namiel before? I guess maybe... No, I have, right? Yeah, that's a story. Dude, it's been so long, I can't remember. Are these like harder? So these are like the master rank versions though, I guess? Arch-tempered, I see. Are these all arch-tempered? Oh, the orange ones? Oh, so it's arch-tempered Volcana. So there's only 2 AT ones? I see. Well, it's not new monsters, but I mean, it would still be fun to beat the arch-tempered versions. Because I mean, I assume the arch-tempered ones have like different, like they're different in some ways. They're on crack. I mean, I think I think the best bet. I don't know. It's like I want decorations, but the best XP is definitely doing the 5-mans, the 5 monsters. And I guess if I want decorations, once I hit 100, I can do that other one, right? Which gives even more. So yeah, I guess we just keep spamming these 5-mans, 5 mons. 5 monsters in arena. Oh, wait, is there one? I don't think there's a 5 monster one in an arena. This is only MR2 though. Is this really gonna give good XP? I mean, we could do it just to see. Why not? Yeah, I imagine it's very fast. I like doing different missions. I don't want to just do the same mission like for 4 hours straight over and over again just to get 100. Because at that point it's like, I don't know, I feel like I might as well just freaking cheat myself to MR 100. It's nice to at least do different missions and stuff. And fight different monsters. Well, I could farm the guiding lands, but it's pointless because I mean, I'm not trying to farm guiding lands for like a month straight on my stream, so I am going for the augment on the weapon. The thing is, oh my god, I'm like such a broken fucking record. I can just join people's lobby who have already leveled up their guiding lands, so there's no need for me to level my own. When I have chat who can help me out, you know? Does it take a single day to grind up a health boost fragment? Not from what people have told me, but I mean, maybe. Mooching off hardworking chatters. I mean, the thing is, I have people in chat who are like MR 999 who know exactly what to do. So I'm sure I could just join somebody and they're gonna be able to help me know what, like, how to get the materials and stuff. Do we have to wait for the monster to appear? $999 means nothing if all they did was this. All right, well, that's quite a bold assumption of you to think that somebody would just do this to get 999. Yeah, this mission doesn't even seem that fast, considering you just gotta sit here and wait. I'm curious, the amount of XP that you get, is it the same no matter if you're in a group or not? Yeah, okay. Nice traps, guys. They're gonna kill it before I even climb back up. Not quite. It's definitely almost there. One thing this group changes the Zenny. I see. Yeah, even if this is the most efficient way of leveling up, it's not very fun, so... We're just bullying these poor monsters. I would rather just, like, level up killing, like, harder stuff, I think. Hey, sugar boy. Yeah, like it wasn't even a full level. Definitely not great. Hunter rank 100, if only that was my master rank. No, we could get the buff. We could get the buff armor, kill that.
Hey, you.
Do that event again. This is the one that gives the buff tickets, right? Shara's event quest. Is Wild's done with already? Not necessarily, but... Probably waiting until the next...
Buenos dias.
Hello. Oh right, I need god bugs. I'll probably go back to Wilds once they do the next title update, I guess. I don't know why I'm even grabbing this stuff in the box. Oh my. What the hell is this monkey doing? That does not go far enough backwards. I was like, oh, I'll just do the backwards one, but that didn't really work. Nice. God damn it, I keep getting interrupted. Oh shit, they're both here. Oh god. Oh my goodness. This is, chaotic. Oh no. D, what have you done? Or I don't know who did that. But, have fun over there, bud. I should put Farcasters on my bar. He interrupted me. I like how this is the exact same thing that happened the last time we did this mission. I thought chat would have learned. We were in this exact same situation the last. And it was a longsword user on the other side. All right. Wanted the material. Did the other Rajang... What the... Did the other Rajang despawn? I guess so. Not that I don't need this. What is the best damaging performance, by the way? Like, I mean, like which move? Because you can do like a neutral performance. You can also go to the side. You can also do a backwards performance. It feels like the backwards one has the most like hits. Well, yeah, I know, but if you're, I know you don't want to do the performances for damage, but like if you are doing them, hold forward.
Buenos dias.
What's the goal after reaching MR 100? Well, I'm gonna join chat's guiding lands and then try to work on some of the augments or whatever, I guess. Has the Ella emote.
Hey, you!
Yeah, I don't know if I can get that layered armor still.
I wonder.
I have 2 tickets. I also need Spirit Vein Solid Bones, wherever the heck you get that from. Oh, it's from Guiding Lands? Okay. It's only 3 bones. It's not like it's that hard. Ryu. The double Furious Rajang gives you the ripped version. Oh, I see. play as Siri for a mission.
I've been waiting for you.
These fucking NPC dialogues. I've been waiting for you. Alright. Somebody said that I should do... Was it Shara? Do I have tremor resist? I don't know. You can get a 1-cycle whetstone. Is it like permanent use? Or is it like a one-time use? Can you get multiple of them? My God. This guy is so rocky. How are we even gonna hurt him? Do we gotta tenderize? Whoa. I'm inside of him. I really need flinch free, dude. Leg tenderized. Look at him, he's all orange now. Kind of bullying this guy right now. Oh yeah, he sheds his armor, I remember this. Ooh. Oh fuck, he gonna kill me. Oh no, never mind. See, that performance I just did there did more hits, but I'm not sure what the difference was there. Oh no. God, he looks so fucked up. His eyes are so creepy. Look at that shit. Oh shit. Oh, railroad. Can you get far enough away to avoid that? I remember struggling with this guy quite a bit actually when I fought him the first time. And you can carve this guy so many times. Oh yeah, can't you also like mine his back or something during the first phase? Carve the head? What? I think I'm thinking of Uragan. Oh, over there. Oh well, too late. VIP full bloom ticket.
Buenas tardes.
Hey, you!
Kinda wanna fight a Latreon again. I want to kill Latreon again. I want to do him solo deathless, but we can try him again more tomorrow solo or something. Farm him for the armor set. People said the armor was bad though. Is it not bad? Is Gold Rathian armor actually an upgrade? It's good.
So non-elemental weapons won't be of much use, huh? Hunters, you got that?
It's not bad, it's just not all attack. Yeah, I guess, well, the nice thing about armor with, like, attack skills is that the attack skills are, like, the hardest ones in the game to get, I guess, right? So... Divine Blessing 5, Damn, nice job, guys. I need to stop doing that.
Your elemental and abnormal status attacks are having no effect. I think you've got Dragonblight.
Forgot to restock my potions, dude. I almost just died. Shit, I just want to do the attack up buff, but... Fuck it. Just tank it. Bye, guys. Alright, well, let me go to my thing. Dude, it's so hard to play music. Like, Like, it's actually fucking cursed.
Alatreon's shifting elements.
This is the only time you can break its horns. Disrupt its control over the elements.
I just wanted to give attack up to the team, but it was like it's like, oh, he's not focused on me. Oh, let me cast a song. Oh, he instantly dive bombed me now, or whatever other bullshit. And I rolled into lightning.
The horns are broken. It doesn't
Good job, guys. I should be using my... I need to just use my mantles right off the rip every time. Yeah, I killed him solo. With the longsword earlier today. I shouldn't go for this. Oh, classic. Oh, D is stunned. He's okay. I'm getting carried so hard right now. Tried to dodge it. So I guess I should have just pressed A to jump down, probably. Look at these guys, man. Just dodging everything.
Alatreon's readying a big attack. Get your healing items ready.
Curious, like, how many...
Alatreon's shifting elements. You're doing a good job containing Alatreon's power.
Oh, wow, you did it! This hunt will go down in history.
Oh.
Majestic!
Good work, team. Eschaton Judgment sucks. I think it's fine. I mean, it forces you to, like... It forces you to... have to actually focus your attacks on, like, specific parts. It's more fun solo. Yeah, I mean, the monsters are definitely, like, more challenging and more... They can be more fun solo, but... I'm just trying to get my rank up. We'll do some more solo stuff as well, but... Why am I playing this over Wilds? Because I'm bored of Wilds. Oh, an ice jewel. Oh, blight resist and evade window. Man, if only we had this before. That's good though. If we want to fight It's good for Elatrion. I didn't do 150 hours in 1 week. I don't know. I got bored of just killing Archveld and fucking Gore.
Hey, you!
Let's kill this guy. I'm gonna do this guy a few more times. So you guys said I can get 2 vouchers per day. I guess I'll use one more. I want to see if I can get some more decorations. Back to the deco mine. Yeah. So is there no master rank version of Behemoth? Or is Behemoth MR? Or I thought, or is it HR? I'm surprised there's no, like, master rank version. No need for an MR version. Fair enough, I guess. My goodness. Keep it up, guys. How do these buffs even hit them? Probably not. Wow. I need to get some dinner soon, dude. I'm freaking hungry. Man, I gotta say, I really miss being able to instantly end the mission in wild, like you can do in Wilds now. Come on, baby. Another resistor evasion. Evade extender and attack? Oh, challenger and health boost. Yo, look at that. That's a good one. Fire res. Do a Latreon using hunting horn. God, that sounds so rough. It's 3 levels of fire resist. Dang. Just spam the spin on his hands. Fair, yeah, that's fair, I guess. So what, you would you want an ice hunting horn? Or I guess a fire? You can get your vouchers. How do you get the vouchers? Do you have to like claim them? Oh, the login bonus. Nice. Barioth horn.
Hey, you!
Yeah, we beat Fatalis solo today. Wasn't I never said it was first try though. I don't know, how long did it take? Like 3 or 4 hours? It took a while. Did I say Fatalis? I meant Elatrion. Yeah. Monster Hunter World has no updates. Well, I never beat this game. I never finished Iceborne. Yeah, I'm excited for the Liza P DLC. Fatalis won't take as long, really? Freaking balloon animal is going crazy. I mean, we could probably just start the grind for Fatalis. I don't know, though. I'm enjoying just playing the game. The grind to MR 100 is probably gonna take a bit, though. Is this the right... I... Well, Gold Rathian armor will make me really tanky, but am I gonna be able to do enough DPS? You do 2P? What does 2P mean? You're not saying 2-player, right? Oh, 2 pieces. Oh. Oh. This guy's got the mount. Let me on. What else do we need to kill? I don't know where the heck these other monsters are. Odo? Stay alive and see all of his moves first, yeah. Oh, shit. They're dying so fast. My goodness. Not sure why I'm even bothering to carve, though. I'm gonna go take the zip line. The zip line over here. I missed Sacred already. It's surely the right way. Lots of Odo to get nourishing extract. But yeah, use that to make, what is it, like the demon drugs or something? Do I have 2 levels of agitator? I have 5. I have the challenger charm on, but it's only level 2. I think once I get MR 70, I can get level 3, right? What the heck's going on? They're gonna kill it before I even get there. Alright, yep, got him. Big contributor, yeah, what can I say? Oh, we got a Sky Merald. Whoa. Got me. Yeah, you do get a lot of MR from this, for sure. But we still have fucking 30 levels to go, which is it's a lot, honestly. And then meanwhile, there's people in here who are like for freaking MR 999. You have to do the uncap mission, yeah. I don't think I'm on it yet, though, right?
Hey, you!
Alright, well, let's do one more of... Let's go for some more decorations. God. I wish there was like a little bit just going back and forth between the same few monsters. No, I can't do Teostra. I don't think I'm high enough level. Everyone on the team needs to be without gear, but just a good weapon. Oh god. Tempered Jang. Isn't that like... Don't you need like MR 100 for that though? Or that's for the Teostra one, I guess. I don't know what Jang is. Wait, Rajang? Oh, can you wall bang on another monster? That was cool. Nice. Another wallbang. Man, these guys are so on top of the wallbang. Do we have to kill him? Oh no, that's... That's... You get more rewards if you capture, right? No? Doesn't matter? Yeah, capturing for the timer alone is pretty worth. Come on, baby. Oh, yo. Maximum might. Attack 4. So how many levels is it? 2 levels? I see. It's not a useful deco, it's just convenient to have. Fair enough. All right, well. All right, let me leave the gathering hub real quick.
Hey! How's it going? Yeah.
Okay, big burly bash. We'll do this one solo, just to switch it up, get some solo action. I'm gonna switch back to the longsword. We have level 6 agitator. I know we got... That's something that was pretty nice before. Yeah, we got Challenger and Vit. I don't know what level 1 gem I should use instead, though. Yeah, I guess we can take off the Sheath Expert and put... I mean, it's only a level 2 attack boost. I don't know what else to use, though. I don't think we have a crit boost. Yeah, I think we only have one crit gem. I mean, whatever. This is fine, I think.
Uh-huh.
Big burly bash. Yeah, I know the sheath. I know sheath is kind of whatever, but it's a combo gem anyways. Doesn't really matter. I don't have anything better to use. I have no idea where these guys are. Oh, it's Brocky. Oh, God. Wait, I'm using a blast weapon. Wait, should I switch my weapon, chat? Should I go, like, ice or something? Ice is good against blast, right? It's fine. It's fine. Okay. just want slinger ammo, man. Brilliant. I ran out of stam, bro. I am fucking failing so badly. Oh my god, he can't turn anymore, dude. This is so bad. Alright, whatever. Okay, well, I didn't know what he was doing there. Wait, did I restock? Of course I didn't. Why would I do that? That would make too much sense. Oh, okay. That hurts when he pulls back. Oh, Jesus. Dude, how do you avoid that? I mean, I guess I can foresight slash it. That is such a weird attack. Like I don't even know what the hitbox is. It's so weird. Hey, I'm gonna assume there's not like a safe spot you can stand to avoid it. Don't I need a cool drink? I guess I could fight him up here. Can't you like knock these down? Oh, you. Why is he asleep? Did I... What? Probably should have... I don't have any barrels. It's too early. Over here, buddy. Okay. And it is so frustrating when you're just stuck in a loop of like heal, dodge 15 times, get hit once, heal again, and you're just not getting anything done. Ugh. These guys gonna fight each other? No, no, no. Yeah, yeah. Okay. No? Wish I had cool drink. Please. Thank you. There we go. No. Oh, grab, grab! Oh. I really wasn't expecting that. And no, he follows up like that. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this quest. I mean, well, we can keep trying, but looking kind of grim considering we've already died twice. I don't know, because we still gotta fight another monster too. Ah, great. No double. Saved by my mantle. Okay, we actually avoided that. Oh. What is going on? Oh, why do you... Come on, this stupid fucking bird. What is going on, man? Oh my god! Up there. Hey, Bjorker King, thank you for the Prime sub. Secretion, thank you for the 39 months. I don't know why I'm trying to foresight slash so much. Oh god. If I get hit again, I'm gonna get stunned. I'm just rolling. I'm rolling so early. I don't know how I can even get a Helmbreaker off on this guy, man. It's just impossible. He never stops moving. There's just, I guess I have to down him if I want to get a Helmbreaker off. I wanted to grab him, but it's okay. Tried to roll him. Oh. Do I just have to hunt them? Yeah. Hey, Apocalypse, thank you for the 28 months. We can capture him, I think. Hey, free ride. Oops. Can return from the quest and get the rewards. Well, the thing is, I need to finish the quest, so I'm gonna try to kill the other guy. Probably gonna die, but whatever. This guy's gonna roll you. Yeah, probably. Well, yeah, that's why. That okay. I was thinking that, bro. Should I switch to my ice? My ice sword. That's what I was asking before, if I need it for Brocky. You guys said no before, so I wasn't sure. Doesn't matter. Oh, okay. Heat guard. No, he's gonna roar. Don't roar. Oh, is this gonna work? The first time it would have worked. Dude, the angle is so weird. I thought the angle would... I was afraid he was gonna run into, like, right here before. He probably still would have, honestly. Wow. To a great start. Please don't run. It's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to pick up the slinger torch on the ground. It's just I can't fucking see anything, so... Can't even see it on the ground. trying to dodge his attacks, but I just can't. It's like deceptive because I think the explosion happens after he slams the ground with his head or hands or whatever. I'm dead? Guess I'm dead. Ah, man. I just had to roll like 7 times to get rid of that. No, this isn't gonna work. No. Amazing. I'm really having a rough time here.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Thought that was good timing. Oh. Holy sh... Okay. Yeah, I'm trying my best. We have temporal back up again. He's in the dead center of the fucking arena every time. It's so obnoxious. I can't. I guess I need to bait him over more. I thought I could. Oh, I fucking hate this mechanic. Oh my god, dude. It's like it just fucking does a 180-degree turn the moment. So impatient. I mean, I guess I had the temporal mantle up. He had just done an attack and he was facing the wall. If I made him turn, I would have not been able to angle him into the wall. So like, I don't know what I can do. Maybe we get the hands too. Nice, that's great. Okay. That was close. Oh wait. No. Fucking fuck. Should have done the other attack. Oh no. Surely he's almost dead. Yeah. Surely. Okay, one more. Surely. Oh, he's gonna go right up the fucking ramp, isn't he? No? Okay, thank God. Play it safe. I don't have Slinger Pod. I was gonna try to re-angle that. Oh no. Oh no. Jesus, get the fuck away from me, bro. He's limping! Get back here. Woohoo! Nice. Guardian and attack jewel. Region level cap is now 6. Nice. Yeah, now we can do Brute, Tigrex, Silver, and Gold Wrath. It'll be easy, yeah. All right. I might call it a night, I think, guys. I'm gonna go get some dinner. I think that's a good stopping point. We can do the other the gold and silver Rathalos tomorrow, I guess. And yeah, I don't know, tomorrow maybe, I don't know if I'm gonna bother going all the way to MR 100 or not. Like, I kind of want to, but it's also, I mean, it's like a lot. At the end of the day, I can just beat Fatalis with my current build, I think, or at least like, I might have to modify it a bit for survivability maybe. But yeah, I mean, I could mod. I could just cheat my MR to 100, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I could just do the 5 monster quests over and over again. It just feels like kind of pointless. Or I mean, I don't know. We can get a... Apparently the gold Rathian armor is like really good for survivability though, so maybe we'll make that for Fatalis and then try him a bit tomorrow. No, we didn't do Fatalis. Well, we tried him once. Get the Challenger Charm 3. Yeah, I mean, I have Agitator. Oh, I guess I'm at 6 right now. I think I have 7 with the other longsword. But yeah, we'll figure that out tomorrow. I'm Monster Huntered out for the day. I'm really hungry. Recommend Divine Blessing. Yeah. Yeah, so but we'll do those new event quests tomorrow. Maybe make some gold Rathian armor, and then maybe we'll try Fatalis, or maybe I'll just get to MR 100. But the thing is, I feel like it's gonna take a few more streams of just like grinding shit still, if I want to get MR 100 plus. I don't know, maybe it would probably be doable to get MR 100 tomorrow and like whatever I need. But it's definitely still. And there's also, you can get like more defense, right? I think chat was saying you can get over like 1,000 defense if you get the armor upgrades. So how does that work? Is it like armor spheres or something? Yeah, there's also Rune or Nurgi at MR 100. Oh, okay. So do you need MR 100 to increase to augment your armor? Like what are you able are you able to get any augments at MR 70? Yeah, I did a Latrion today.
I wonder.
I guess I don't have anything capped anyways. Oh wait, augment equipment. So this is the health regen thing? I see. Does it actually heal you that much? With Divine Blessing, you mostly take chip damage, so you could heal a lot. I see. Yeah, that seems pretty valuable then. I don't know. I mean, maybe tomorrow we'll like try Fatalis for a bit and see how it feels. The thing is, he does do a fuck ton of damage, so getting my like defenses up more. I mean, I think we'll basically accomplish that by getting the gold Rathian armor, right? Just for the divine blessing is kind of all you need, I guess. gonna have to pump pretty hard to actually kill him. Yeah. I don't know, it's like so confusing. I don't know what build to go for Fatalis. Like I have no idea. Do you want to go defense? Do you want to go damage? I guess a bit of both. And the thing is, I want to do it solo. So. Alright, well I'm gonna call it a night though, guys. We will continue with Monster Hunter tomorrow. Maybe we'll put in some attempts at Fatalis